Those that are this morning, yes, so doesn't Tabehata Zito Ebika Koto Asailanki Adatilni, the Health, Education and Human Services Committee, what Yego Equa and Hani Click. Yes, so that is in there. Nigerian card, the answer lonely, she had the con the pendige. Nation go nature hana out, Aro Yateko Hati, or this year. And Shinaro Nifigi, Benige, Hinani, Tony Helling, Holige, 1,000 Liban, Sanige. I heard that so then he can't handle Cotishi, or Slakot Ada, Tokodon, na in a car. These Helen be Yego Ea, in Saki, Sidibeti, Adosa, the Bedeti. Did not argue that, oh, I used the Bedeti, quite a slap or Nami clip. Quite again, he can't not deal with quite a different long for your echo that evening. Quite Nikitan Kati, Tony Helling, out of Dikashibit, Colorado Benaha House. Or Sago has uncle, a quite a and this out of that on the way because is the Navajo Nation reservation what you go even call that or you'd nice now but on the long or left so I don't they could jungle that dealing health education and human services nature had that he had take nature present that or little yet they have because short target take or take up so to keep it because using the coin could ego that in English Tashin Zadi nature that so that it is some yet they are quite hard or car. I know the so a classic jungle ear. Nick has ango con that we cut near one hunt, near one the has I don't have action about Nike. I don't yet tell that Huliana distinct at the end. At the end of the Elson boy and because of the nothing had many Barconics and dollars. I don't dark connects and dollars. A dark Huliana dollars, a quiet echo ear. A dark Hulian given at the down 5 chimneys about Huliana dollars. I don't know. The Rego never on Javaho. Kata. I want to get a bit into that to have Ningo the Tapa and the Bahats of the Bahan. So he had a honey indoor left the Hadianiki. I don't ask something and Haba Holia action has done Lindo down so you can ask Kajit. You can't I use it in you can't say that but one that has got this thing at art from the better has of Goy has Tony Lindy that other better. So the has came to the other has not as a call the non state down and now hold you upon high. Nahan in dollars, Holland dollars, the yarn Holland dollars, arts of Bethany, Clendy Bay in Nile, in the arts on Holland dollars, the corner in God from this not Holland got instant dollars. I don't know that. Read the last line, Clendy or AD at that. National closely the whole lot the Beijing Nani Collo, the Bedan Linato Sing Big Crushing. So they chant and then give Mosudan so chick Hokitan then give so linked it on about William. So but you have a long dot, long dot. I don't pay that. Hanana need all less begin now those things so. Let her own do that so. That ego Hanna just so yet equal year. His now do they are leaning that so on go home to Tonada is not all the Tonadi get all the they get the how long go that so Toto but the year go take on and none to be inclusion. Other year not so into the hotel stay on has Kaya out that go 8 of us I saw the tender dot place door to a can't see to a yard. Never he place the last like that 8 hours. Put ego in her samba kai, يات إيكوخيني نادو يات إيكون تلحظ آدو وديز جيل دولة يوت نبي خويت إن دولة أو هيجو إيكوت إيكو عندها لين لين با لين نيدا سنتلتاهن نخايا با خليان دولة نخايا أتليه عند في كريسا سكو هن سكو إيش تي بن بيجي إيكوت سوتزن إيش لا دولة لين با كودي ندا سوي بسوتس دولة صحيناني نال كلاشي كلذات إيه يبي خلوني أدوية ناصران بقاء خلون أتخيل خلوني بسوتس دولة كت إيجو يسوتزن إيش لا دولة نيوت إيه جيسوس كرايست بيجي بناشي يسوتس دولة Amen.
الشيء ناشد شيء شنو سدين زين تو الشيء to the S committee members for being there in person. Appreciate that. That part that calls duty. That duty calls. Okay. With that, let's go to recognizing, committee members. Do you have any announcements? There are no announcements. Then let's go to recognizing guests and visiting officials. Folks on the call, if you could, or present there at the Tonalia chapter.
Good morning, everyone. Yat Bennett. My name is Dr. Carmen Moffin with the Department of Education. Thank you. Yeah.
Yat 8 Arnold Swastiland Anidan Atlanigi. This is Derek Franklin from OPVP.
Good morning. This is Christopher Curley, just listening as a Tonalia community member today. Thank you. Additionally,
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Tom Platero, Division of General Services.
Oh, yeah, good morning. This is Matthew So with Department of Education. Good morning.
Good morning. This is Leonard Gorman from Navajo Human Rights Office.
Yeah, Dave Bennett, this is Chad Beta from OLC.
Good morning, Shannon. This is Tommy Associate with Office of the Speaker.
Anybody else?
Good morning, honorable delegates. This is Raymond Holion with Fleet Management Department.
Anybody else? Anybody else? Good morning to all the relatives on the call. Appreciate calling in. Miss Angelita Benali, let's go ahead and review the agenda.
Good morning. This is Angelina Benally. There are some members of the Tonalia chapter that are present as well.
Hello.
Yeah, if they could come close to the microphone to introduce themselves.
My name is Dusty. Welcome to our community. Also a veterans organization for Trinity Commanders. So 8 years out of chapter my fourth term. So could have been we are able to take us a change in house. They took it by having 2 clubs on those and then we have a agenda. I guess it's going to be early, that also. But I just called and texted them that we're going to be coming up Thursday, we'll try to back out. What they done, yeah, on the city, can achieve everything. No, so somebody achieve those days, and not to be up on. I don't, share and another question, another that also. So why be down and wait tradition and thing, yeah. But this channel is to carry over. So I should channel is to carry over. And the English or China, I need to check there's been no answers for actually not actually we not that we very things that are is the doctor also and pharmacist and probably about 16 years ago. So she's also under on the medical corps too. So when I go to his house, I go to their house, I stand at the door and say, Grandma, Mom, Grandpa, so there's carry on to the grandson. Oh yeah, the other thing, you're supposed to live on Mom. So I'll tell you very good the family, not the way for one very I'll go 340 to Bob Productions the next year I had to go to 1, 2 sites. Which one is the corner? Since you're born in, put it on this side. If you put away, then 10 years. Welcome at Jesse Cohen. Now we and Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Welcome to Untitled Chapter. Honorable delegates has committee coming out here and asking us to do a meeting here. So yeah, next Chief, my name is Leonard. Chief Leonard is strong. Hey, another door couple Chief. Chapter service chapter president, however, I am here today because religion, I work next door here too, totally a senior sister, senior supervisor. I believe we have ourselves on the agenda here under the Department of Aging Long-Term Care Support. My colleagues up here and address and whatever needs to be on that side. So I'm here every 2 minutes, but I'll go ahead and do the bell text here. So again, thank you for coming out here, doing a good meeting here at our new facility. Appreciate all the hard work, dedication, the people that work to get this building up. I can't to know that. Oh, you make it national. So that's yeah, I'll just show that we want to be a done here. Mr. Stowe, he's not here yet. We acknowledge yeah, that's she comes back. Yeah, and we need this come back. So welcome and looking forward. Thank you again.
Colleagues, and I, members of the, would it be more appropriate if one of the delegates there in person preside? And,
Chair, this is Leonard. I have vice chairs here.
oh, okay. Let's let the vice chair preside. Kind of difficult to
Chair, would you do
hear all the comments.
He's gonna preside for now, Chair. We're trying to do the call-in again. So he's gonna
Okay.
preside for now.
Okay.
Represent Rock Rock, California. Council. And everyone, special appreciation. Inviting us out here. It's a beautiful city facility. With all the beautiful water. So, Ms. Benali,
Yes, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the Health Education and Human Services Committee. We have your proposed agenda for Health Education and Human Services Committee, 24th Navigation Council special meeting, April 2022. Presiding the Honorable Carl R. Slater, Vice Chairperson, and Honorable Daniel E. Bell, Chairperson. Place is the Tonalea Chapter, Tonalea Navajo Nation in Arizona. U.S. Telecommunications. Order roll call. Recognize guests and visitors. Adopt the agenda. 4, review and adopt the journals. None. 5, receiving reports. A. State presenters are Joey Goodman, Navajo Veteran Vice Commander. The Western Agency area, an update regarding services. Presenters are the DALPA staff. C is the Department of Diné Education, the reauthorization of contracts and grant schools. Presenters are Dr. Harold Begay, Superintendent of Department of Diné Education, Doty, and Dr. Carmen Muffet, Assistant Superintendent of Doty. D, Division of General Services, Development Plan for Fleet Management, Disposal of Excess Tribal Vehicles. Presenters are Mr. Raymond Holion, Department Manager, Fleet Management, and Mr. Tom Platero, Division Director of Division of General Services. 6, old business, none. 7, new business. A is travel for May 12, 2022 regarding the Navajo Preparatory School 30th anniversary. 8, close the meeting, announcements and adjournment. Mr. Vice Chair.
Vote on the agenda. Item 7A, travel. If there's a need or
gathering in Ogden, Utah, on May 19th to the 21st. It's called Railroads and Native America Gathering. It's going to be on May 19th to the 21st at Ogden Union Station in Ogden, Utah. So I'd like to add it to the agenda so that we can make that one of our places to go travel to. I think it's going to be good. I think that's a good connection. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you very much. Are you guys unmuted over there? You're unmuted on that one? Okay, so mute that one and then turn the volume down, and we'll use this phone. Now we can pass it among ourselves up here. Okay. Thank you. So Delegate Wanika, are you going to, really the way it should be is we have a main motion and then we'll have a motion to modify under the committee rules. So you're holding the second, but you can also have a motion to modify the agenda. So I'll recognize that. Committee members, is there a second to Delegate Wanika's?
Second.
Okay, we have a second from Delegate Halona. Any discussion?
Vice Chair, Presiding Chair. I didn't hear the modified motion.
The motion is to add a 7B, and it would be approving travel May 19th to the 21st to participate in Railroads and Native America Gathering. There's a beautiful picture of Buffalo here. And
modified motion. The motion is to add a 7G, and it would be approving travel May 19th to the 21st to participate.
My Wednesday, I'm gonna start calling her office.
can we ask that everybody mute their phones? We have a call-in user too. That was okay. There we go.
Okay. Presiding Chair, Cecilia, members of the HES committee, I'd like to ask that we include a update from Mr. Leonard Gorman, Executive Director of Navajo Nation Human Rights Commission. He's been following the issue that's existing over at Gallup High School. And I think he may have some parents calling in at the time. In yesterday's texting back and forth, I was saying, and he's got issues that he needs to address, and I'd like to put him on the agenda to provide an update, and that would occur at 1 p.m. Committee members, that would be the ask.
You go. You accept that? Yeah. Thank you very much, Shania Chair. So, cool. Okay, so we'll modify the motion. We have the consent from both of the motioning parties. Committee members, are there any other amendments, deletions?
And I think the understanding is where necessary, we would go into executive session. Perhaps with the personnel matters and then with what Mr. Gorman would bring to the committee. Thank you. Thank you, Presiding Chair Cecilia.
Thank you, Chair. So, okay, so Ms. Benali, to clarify, we'll have an item 7B, and that would be approving the Railroads and Native America Gathering May 19th to 21st in Ogden Union Station. And then I guess this is through the Utah Division of Indian Affairs. And then second, we'd have a new item 5E, which would be an update report from the Navajo Nation Human Rights Executive Director, Mr. Leonard Gorman, regarding the
Gallup High School.
Yeah, Gallup High School, what would we say, disciplinary actions against the Navajo and non-Navajo students there. Shanola?
Thank you. Thank you, Presiding Chair, and also Chair So, members of HESI Committee. I would like to also request a possibility. There's a possibility that under 5B, Deltec Western Agency area, that should be prepared, possibly to go into executive session to hear from personnel that are present here on site at Tonalea chapter. So just something to be aware of. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll be mindful of that, and we will also. Oh, I see. Yeah, but Chair had said that it'd be closer to 1 p.m. I think for Mr. Gorman. So, oh, he's on the line right now. Okay. Well, committee members, I'm going to recommend then that instead of a new 5E, we would do a new 5C, and that's where we would place the update from the Human Rights Commission. That was a suggestion from Ms. Benali with respect to having an update in executive session. Is that fine, Mr. Chair? Okay. Okay. Committee members, is there any more discussion on the agenda? Well, actually, on this motion, I'll say. Okay, hearing none. Mr. Mose, can you do a roll call vote on the amended motion to amend the agenda, or the modified motion to amend the agenda?
Good morning, everyone. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater. I'm sorry. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So votes green via text. Honorable Daniel E. So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel E. So votes green via text. Honorable Edison J. Unica. Edison J. Unica votes green. Vice Chair voted 5 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you. Okay, we're now on the main motion. Committee members, is there further discussion on the agenda? Okay, hearing none. Ms. Benali, could we have a second reading that just identifies the amendments?
You have your amendment. One is for, as indicated for 7B, is travel to the roads in Native America Gathering, May 19th through 21st, 2022, to Ogden. And the second amendment is to add an update by the Human Rights Commission, Mr. Leonard Gorman, who's the director. And it's regarding the Gallup High School issues of disciplinary actions against Navajo and non-Navajo students. And that would be under 5C.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Benali. Mr. Mose, just for the sake of using the microphone and not having to go on and off, I'll just do the votes from now on. So on the main motion to adopt the agenda, item 3, Delegate Halona, how do you vote? Delegate Halona votes green. Delegate Paul Begay?
Green.
Delegate Begay votes green. Shache? Delegate Wanika? Delegate Wanika votes green. Delegate Charlene So, how do you vote? Okay, Delegate Charlene So votes green via text, and Delegate Daniel So.
I vote green.
Delegate Daniel So votes green. Thank you, Chair. We'll move forward and deviate from the agenda slightly, and I'd like to hand the microphone off to Delegate Begay, and then we'll introduce the rest of the committee. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, you can still hear me, right? Question here, though, when Hano Yagi, Kodoshido, a data of the Zitoshi, Delegate Paul Biki, Moklashin Shamas, Square, Kona Linke, Kodo, Nitinata, Kaga, Tangon Hasanista, Aro Kiki, Kodo, Aro Fechi, Bishka, Gitsanaba, between Edo. Fresh given the man, Shiro, big the corny, but she's for the change to that. I was another 8 year on it in that and then I call yeah, quite hard. Yeah, thank you.
Delegate, so if you would like to do an introduction, let us know, text in, but we're going to go to Chair Danielson now to provide his introduction.
Yes. Yeah, Cicado sitting there, Cicadas in the Autos and Untie. Hey, Daniel So, this is Janito, Tenjikin and Scone, and they still cut sheet, and this is chain. This needs a Chado, Nahabani, that's another Ado Kaiki, Tasla Niki. I see. I'm sorry I'm not there present in person, but I do have a little bit of sickness, and I felt that it would be better not to drive the long hours and not to be among all the well people. I did do a personnel test, and I am negative, and so that part we're good. And not over care. tonight. Heard Leslie Deal's voice earlier, even through all the audio problems. So again to the leadership at Untitled Chapter. Congratulations on your new chapter house. And we're sure glad that it was built to your specifications. But
Thank you, Chair. So, Delegate Charlene, so did you try and chime in there before?
Yes, Vice Chair, can you hear me?
Yeah, you can provide your introduction now. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, should Charlene. So I don't know. I do not the net. So it's everybody should change what she needs. Should shake if you change the Chanel. I don't was a candidate. I do apologize to my colleagues as well as with the constituents and the people on the call that I am not present at the chapter, as I am attending a missing persons and unidentified people conference, and hoping that we can incorporate some of these new strategies and techniques into some of the systems that we do have with law enforcement and public safety. So, thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Delegate So, and we appreciate your work to continue advocating on those issues, particularly relevant for our committee, and we're all working on them in different ways. So we need the knowledge and the expertise, and you go to conferences to do that. So thank you for what you'll bring back. We're going to return to the agenda now, and we're at number 4, review and adopt the journals. There are none. So we'll move to item 5, receiving reports. Item A, Western Agency Tunalia Veterans Group update. Presenters Billy Goodman, Western Agency Commander, and Leslie Deal, Western Navajo Veterans Vice Commander. So I think, Mr. Mose, maybe the best way we'll do it is I'll mute on here, and then you can unmute, and they'll use that microphone, and I think it will go well. So it sound good?
We have a plan of such machine that, and don't worry about it. We have guidelines, but although we're using the application, at least the application is used that when you were using one, NHA guideline based and eventually a guideline changes and also we never did have a Navajo Veterans Organization never had a guideline. One of these days they're going to audit us. We're going to be in trouble because a lot of these issues you have to have a guideline. How you select your people, your ranking system, you prorate your funding, how much is going to be used in each category. When I was on, I served 12 years on the council with TCDC, and that's how we used to do our ranking system. So there was a new veterans director. Will help you draft one up of the and now we have Mr. Z that will be here. He's been up there. All of these proposals that you wrote out, how the guidelines should be like, I from the scratch. So we so that I'm leading up without understanding any and we read through and all that. How do we don't stuff? We write up what we want them there and we send it back. Oh, that's not how this about it. Took almost about a year, 2 years, because that 2 years was down. And there's a finalized January issue came out. And then noted in the audit report, we had eight things that we need to corrective action. So one of them is probably will never be resolved is the one that Farmington Home Depot. I don't think this one ever will be resolved. But all the other areas some can be done to it. For the house and Mr. Z went and put this whole stuff together. And then I guess it was presented before you guys. Not support that stuff. And then it went before the council, and the council approved it. And that's the very first time there's finally we have a guideline that was put in place. And we from the Western Agency really helped along as we and Coco, Congress on the Eastern, I think were very supportive in it too. And then the other three agencies, then Honorable Council Delegate and so he's the one that's really corrupting all this activity that Mr. Z has been going putting together. He could always it's doing a good job. We have put Navajos in there to be the director. We tell them to write the guidelines for this. Will help you. If you don't know how to write, we can write some of it for you. So that would be Mr. Z came in and he got everything all done. He's got the housing going again, built the whole gown shape and that was so. We're very thankful for the committee, the oversight committee. He got really helped us in accomplishing some of the goals. The next one we're doing right now is we're asking for financial assistance, not ADP. That's what we're trying to there was another legislation that was going through, probably called Helium or Gaya. User base in there, federal state, another we messed it up. What we're doing, we're trying to tell them that we can do a good job. Give us a chance. We'll show you. I know for the healing. Navajo, also Fundor, Destiny, Enido, Ada, Fachet, a condition, so they know you can overcome this whole when I first came back from service, people asked, how something yes or no? I wish you don't ask me that. I don't talk about it. Don't know the whole thing. Stay with not stay. Sneaking out. I just, just don't want to talk about it. Just because the apple, which I did. Every kid on the acre, they always say, what they recognize, they say now, Kokado she and then she better than the chapter. We're out in the open, so we used to laugh, so I tell them that a veteran lives two lives. In none of the days, one is trying to overcome to come back to really reality. Which I told me about. The whole one's unbeatable. Father, they had me in house for here, from there. Overcome God, welcome home. They want to be out there. Our veterans that serve in the South, station, so go down there. For council delegate, consider they get better education. Your help on that. Your kinds of this and go as but you can't let and a lot of you, we used to travel together. And yeah, all I know is that he was one of the 82nd Airborne. No, 101st Airborne. I did serve there. Lately, actually, I now found out that he was one of the survivors of the Hamburger Hill survivor. He was also a radio operator, RTO, and a lot of Navajo were all RTO. I was a radio operator myself. FO, St. Paul Reserves. Whatever, Mr. Z, when you hate to the times, you don't want to come out. And they don't have now. Or change it. Oh, yeah, the bands get on another mission. They're not in the cut. Be tough. We'll help you. It's not the machine. You need help, give us a call. We'll help you. Never be no way. Whatever he got the Hanash, they got his support us each time. Other one that, what's that now? Yeah, no, the net, not the Hana. Since the Lemhan, the other thing, what you need to have also, you know. Of course, it's not the commission, they need to get it. They strong about it. But the thing is, if you go across the legislature, you're going to have to leave that Veterans Act over there that belongs to executive. As a possible, president, It's not never you can have to start from scratch. You can't wear the same boots. You take that boots up over there and leave it over there and you run across whatever you want to do. We've been very supportive of the because we've seen what he's worked. He's done a great job and he's moving along. All of the Western agencies, we're supporting one more thing we're working on, which is very got started, is even the HASTA program. The HASTA program, agency HUD program, the Yado Hatalia, a couple ARA Hatalia, ARA, the yet take Hatika, CCC, getting together a couple of nature meet with other tribes. ADD, we're going to work on offering an amendment to the HASTA program. ADD be 20% of the money that is allocated to all the tribes. Every tribe is going to contribute 20% of their fund to build homes for veterans. And they let because the reason why I'm saying it is other tribes, and all those other tribes, and they don't have any programs such thing that we have. Of course, now they can start building homes for all veterans. I think no, we're working on that legislation. And the other thing we're doing. The Navajo Nation flag in Untitled Council change. But Sunday. Oh, so one day we sat down and we started putting everything together. Flag not so. We flag Neha, I think no right now. I think someone is here. Equals the Dinani, equals the Consi, Kayana, I didn't create. I don't know. Washington, Australia, I'm saying the government of state, establish your own government, establish your own way of how you want to run your government. I don't know, East Coast, not here. What you change, and now has been World War I, World War II, World War II, even that. This one's only a kill. There's no one to teach. Pending out of stone, but this one's only the last king. I don't, it's allowed. So that, I will cook proper children. I don't teach whatever else. I don't the husband go Navajo be that the big high so we have been kids so I don't know to the subject. It's not unusual. We all live in harmony. We don't know if they don't know. We're just talking about what my bonded concept. Of course, Untitled Chapter 8, they supported it. Of course, they wasn't agency. So we're saying it's a little bit like that. I don't. Legislation in I don't remember sending response. I don't know if that's my co-sponsor that. And this is something that never happened. It should have been this long time ago. So we have the legislation, I mean, they have the energy behind it, area, just now, the media, the norm, not is the old, together. Betty was been out of town. You know, she did all the research on the what she did, it's like legislation. Our commander, but the main thing is, you know, I see now in Zalta, the city, Mr. Kelly, the guy, is really good. That's part of your job. It was you guys that approved it and made it possible, yeah. And I'm praising everything. Okay, now. Billy Shintaro, is not the commander, really good man from Open House.
Junior, sure. So thank you for our policy letters. I need to see as well as first of all, I don't speak right now. Coordination with them, with their efforts through our BSO. Let's start to okay, so I don't know credit and is out for bid. Since sitting applying for that job, it's gonna be closing this Friday. So, I'm sorry. First of all, I'm really sorry for being late. 2 o'clock, but no, I'm just I left all the paper in the printer and everything that I was going to present. Now, I just rushed out. So, good man, Junior. Over 23 years, I'd say 24 over there. Retired, active duty, master sergeant. And my background is reconnaissance missions with an outfit out of Offutt in Nebraska, down at Tucson, and then Salvage City, where I retired. A lot of my SPs were liaison officers for wherever we go, or director for the 12th Air Force is responsible for everything in the Southern Command. So we're centric around Shanto or Jetport and Navajo. So updates. I don't know. Spoke about a big thing, and I appreciate thank you for the housing program that we started, and a lot of the efforts from Mrs. Roy as well as that was serving with them at that time to get the policies for the present housing program and this component was never part of the original whatever back in 2012 was addressed was the home improvement program.
So that component here, yeah, that's going to help more veterans and a lot of veterans. And so I got so they don't qualify for a new house. But if an NVA comes in and looks and evaluates their home, it might be condemned, and then they'll qualify to get a house. So I like that component of the program. That's possibly where we're at. If not, they're not getting a new house, at least they can get major repairs. I mean, beyond every year we get $700 for home improvement assistance. Yeah, and that's not enough to patch up, replace windows, and buy new stove at the same time. So you have to wait till another year to try to ascertain that. So this home improvement program will take care of all that. And so we thank you for passing that legislation and moving it along. And now veterans are going to benefit, and then they'll probably be warm this winter, this coming winter. Now the housing program is just starting to go again. So, but let's hit on housing one more time. Back in 2012, when the original housing program started, it took a while for the personnel to be hired, the policies to be developed, and stuff like that. So this time, using those lessons learned, is going a little bit at a faster pace. And back then, the Navajo Nation Department of Navajo Nation Veterans Affairs, they did everything in-house, all the construction, everything. And now it's outsourced. So, and there's better quality controls, there's more control measures. So that component of the housing program, we, at the agency level, we met on about 4 or 5 times before we started amending the policies. So, and that's how Western agencies inputs and like qualifications and that type of things. So it used to be written in there was there's a financial component to it. If you had a job, then and all that language is scrubbed out of there. So it's just streamlined, and now every homeless veteran, everybody that qualifies, should be getting the homes, at least get that going. Trust fund, we're kind of alarmed. There's not enough money to assist everybody. So every year there's always a shortfall. In the past, and this is with Kia Almagesa Station right now, in the past, that money was given to the chapters, and then that organization, they determine, they approve, they determine how the money is spent. I don't object to it, but for just to give you an example, every year, my chapter, we had rollovers. We get a like $30,000 budget for that fiscal year, and then the carryover was approximately that much. So it just the money started growing. And what do? We don't have enough veterans to take advantage of all that money, so it just stops. It collects. So for Western Agency, we asked for one budget for all chapters. So 18 chapters. So now that money, instead of carrying over in my chapter, now it's being used by a lot of veterans. And we discovered there's a lot of veterans that need assistance. So now we ran out of money back in January for fiscal year 2022. So nobody's been assisted ever since then. So we had to move some money around to help with like the burial assistance and stuff like that within that, but that's approved by the agency. So and then Mrs. Line and then the Veterans Administration did move the money around. But then the carryover component came in, and now it's going to be available here next week. And I'm afraid it's not going to last a month of May. So for the rest of the entirety of the 2022, we won't have any more money for assistance. The reason being is, in the past, there were certain aspects of the program that was not paid out of the trust fund, like burial assistance, color guard, honor guard details and stuff like that. And now this traditional healing is also going to be paid out of the trust fund yet. So that eats off that chunk of money for the assistance programs for I call it the traditional assistance program, hardship and energy and housing, home improvement. And then there's a smaller budget for like stipends and stuff like that. So a while ago, there was legislation that bumped it up to 6%. It never happened. Coming off the interest or from the trust fund. So now it's just still 4%, and it hasn't been adjusted. So perhaps I'm going to talk to, as an agency, we're going to discuss it, and then we'll move that forward and see how that goes. But just be aware, a lot of these programs are now dependent on the trust fund. Right, and it's being paid from the trust fund, where in the past it hadn't been. So, that started about two budgets ago, where the Veterans Administration's budget was cut a lot, and then we had to deal with office closures and people being furloughed and stuff like that. And part of it, you blame the pandemic, but a lot of it's just probably not the in the VA stubbing his toe. I'm gonna say the director, because that office is pretty light, and we understand. We deal. I mean, I've dealt with lots and thousands of people. I've probably met you before somewhere else with different name tags, stuff like that. So that's how I deal with people. But some people don't. Like this current advisory council members. I've been part of this advisory council since 2019, and before, my predecessor Pete Gilbert Chi, I'm sorry, out of Luke. Every time we met, he would give his report about the advisory council, and he would say, "Well, there's nothing to report, nothing worthwhile. They hold meetings, they have agendas, but it's nothing conducive to helping the veterans, and that's how it is currently today." So it's unfortunate. We do what we need to do out of Western, and it's not a lot right now. Nothing assists helping veterans anymore. So just be aware that's there. I don't know, there's these legislations like my brother said, Leslie, the commissioners. So I like to see that mission go. I like to have them have a mission to do it. But it seems like right now, currently, their primary goal is just to upend this administration and this presidency. At the last meeting, OPM kept saying 8 more months, 8 more months, 8 more months. What happens 8 months? And perhaps maybe a new administration comes in. I don't know, and I don't like that. Like I said, I used to be a liaison officer, and my job was to work for my commanders, for my organizations. I don't make the policy. I try to implement it, and then if there's something wrong with it, we identify it and then send back up the chain for it to be corrected. And it's not working that way. So I don't know how you feel about these legislations. We oppose it as an agency, and I appreciate your time. Thank you. I guess that's the next part. Thank you. Okay, good.
Want to use the mic? Thank you very much, Mr. Goodman and Mr. Deal, for the presentations and updates. It's really important for the committee to get diverse perspectives on veterans issues because it's not a monolith, right? Everyone isn't thinking the same. They don't have the same experiences, and it varies from agency to agency. So I personally really appreciate the perspectives that you both offered and the analysis, not shooting from the hip, really thinking deeply about how you can help our people. Delegates, the floor is open to ask questions to the presenters, but before that, I'll ask for a motion to accept the report. We have a motion from Delegate Wanika.
I second that motion.
A second from Delegate Begay. Discussion going twice. Can you hand him this one?
Thank you, Honorable Slater, for giving me the floor and for the committee members. Aru adan kain haiso kaidan also yana te. Aru kudo the Vice Commander or Commander kitlan snake baki kunsa. I don't have a question, but I need Leslie did it. Mr. Z by Yanti. Since that so complained that in gay Tildoyat ate as over the Lagana, what abayati, Ada need the go Nihe, Veterans of Shinigi, Hajo Belcha, the doctor head of Winson. To the need about the needs of my knowledge. Oko acquired a coyon hananta. Benina a good ayat even in a lev in wheat aho. We can have one neat letter. You did add nine half night no pink law. To the nanny tlingy was it all levels on it long. Though Joe never yielded the letter. You could I in an it's like though the has any policies that I don't show is the ST. Okay, not you take your shot. The letters that I put on high in a noda. Okay, even in a quite yonanta. Because the agencies, it are not lady. To Korean agency is a 4-100. Are only 45 socially or Western Asian agency it has a Leo Hajobe Atlas or Leon John do Leta. Nihit up a Nasiben hit zero, could only cane seat zero left. Kade are now part any but not or yon heel to Kode. A co quaido Yashon without him in the shop. A quite a yard or Banaos can't late. Cut out do I said I yegon his artists out they are totally became so zenigi it is so the chada it is so that neto it is so latent hit your hand alone and then call quite I need kuro kinda don't nige a housing Japanese down with prefab the Yago. The question one door you can as the Ako bahalin ni kita na sa iye ko ya hatsa. Ko akwai gida ni to thaka na hata. Ako skin to kidness de on jondo le to. Jadi bayan ki ko khashi ba ho a on jondo le ne. Ako bi gido ya ta de kuida skate ni ne lo. Ako ya ta ni kuro la banda ni ya te. Akonde so the Bedahini town they don't need so your son out thousand or a schooner. A little bit at distance, some call here.
You want to speak? Go for it. We'll now recognize Delegate Begay.
Thank you, Vice Chair and members of the committee. A lot of presenters, I see, very enlightening. Vice Commander Deal. Although need to how see Mr. Goodman. We go on site to listen firsthand. So that it is not on the Asaga. So it's cave of the Agotai Bonet. The Kabani Kragid or Bishop never changed the whole thing, or although it is need in Holland. So it's always good to come on site and listen firsthand the stories that you have to tell us. Of course, yeah, though, quite the now software. No way at all, the national, at all, the from the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration Director, Executive Director, Mr. Jim Swerline. Acho kita bitra tako, partners and now a call ya, the land as bagi or hayi, the netto sun, 80 heat or car, no way tonanes, the zigita. A call add a heat cargo. Tasha in I see Congo has all that is so Hatishi that is Ado Hatishi, but they have this Niki A area yen Chahatato petition. Jono be long lean there. Quite added when yes added that the never when yes that the name there and the addition is a call at the issue in the that the whole in Hansley, even in adults, Con Cadera Shoyat, the Big Carnadlen, or Aja or Holgish Nallen, hopefully the A Codon. I also got an email, Peter Sad not South up in Fakir, then giving it all on the Elvia, A. Jim Swerline, issued others in his Commander Goodman, or Vice Commander Shina, not his Congo, Sabanito, don't know what Nanjo that is in the Navajo Department of Transportation, other Asha. There's not the Bosha Lela, a call a other she, Nahabona, Zanda, Ada, Nahado, a sheet. East North Street, a Mr. Z, but the other Shahatri. Because there'll be a Navajo Nation Veterans Administration staff, than that, and she actually, list, all Veterans Advisory Council members, past and present. He put out other than that car, or other inviting to the street, other Nahado, Ashato, other Zishan, Haisago. I'll be on Thursday, Nakis Congo, 28th or at 10 o'clock at Sabanito, Navajo Department of Transportation. The quotation, area about these things, of course, you have Vice Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Committee members, do we have further discussion?
Inshallah. Mr. Goodman and Mr. Dale, it's really encouraging to hear your words of support for Mr. Zerline. I've been working with Mr. Zerline for the last 3 years. I've been working with him closely, trying to get these policies in place. And I've been trying to make it fair for everybody, not just one person, but for everyone to be able to enjoy the home program if they're going to be qualified for it. And like I said, it's really enlightening that you support him, because since I've joined the council, we started out with in-house acting, and then we had John King that came on. And I had started working with him real closely, trying to finalize these policies with the housing program. And then he left. He left because he wasn't getting along with the veterans organization. They didn't want him. They kept bad-mouthing him and telling him he wasn't doing his job. Well, and all the while, he was working with me, trying to get these policies in place for the veterans. And so when he left, I had to start all over again. And when I started all over again, I had the opportunity to work with Mr. Zerline. And Mr. Zerline and I went through a lot of policies along with Mr. Winika here, and we looked at several options on how to set this up. And so we chose the best option to set it up and how we were going to move forward with this program. And then we got held back again by some of our own veterans, and namely who you mentioned, Mr. Begay. And even today, he's trying to hold us back even farther again, because we had the program set up for the housing to begin building homes right away. He threw a monkey wrench in the system and wanted a director put in that position just to do housing. He didn't want Mr. Zerline to do it. And of course, he had his own reasons, but my reasoning was, we don't have a budget for that. We don't have money to pay for that right now. We're going to have to wait again another year that the budget season come in, put the budget in place, hire on a person to do that job. All of such, it's going to take a long time again. We need to start doing these things now. I thought another year, we already made it policy altogether. Let's move forward with it. And so we finally went and got the policy drafted. We finally got the plan of operations in place, and all of it was approved. And then now Mr. Begay is also trying to do other things again to put it in place again, which is fine with me, because Mr. Zerline can't handle all of that work. He needs help. I mean, he needs help. And so I agree with his legislation is not to hire a person just to do the housing, because it's not tied with the whole program yet, where it can start when he gets on. It can start anytime. He can start anytime whenever the program is already rolling. And so I agree with that. And then the only part I don't agree with is putting the Veterans Administration under the Navajo Committee. I disagree with that, because the Navajo Nation Council already has a big problem trying to make decisions all the time anyway. We just go around and around in circles. Instead of having 24 people to go around in circles with, you're only going to have right here 5 people that you're going to be doing that with. And we get along better with each other and make these policies and make good policies for the veterans, for the people out there. They don't care enough for us. It's not it's not for me. It's not for my sons and my family. It's for all the veterans in general, all across the Navajo Nation. And so that's where I try to work at. And so I just wanted to say those three things really quick that I really appreciate. It really feels good that you hear somebody say, yes, we agree with this man. Because you wouldn't believe out there I hear, no, we don't want him. No, he's no good. But you only see it because of what his color is. He's not brown. And so that's the biggest problem that's against him. And so I look past that and look at the work that the man does, the policies that he can put in place, and he's going to go with this. By the book, not favoring anybody. Okay. Everybody's equal. So I appreciate your words of wisdom there, and I'll take that back to Mr. Joy because he didn't get a chance to hear that from anybody. And he needs to hear that so he can continue to work hard for us. Don't join. Yeah, no.
Thank you, colleagues. At this time, I'm going to ask for any further discussion. Hearing none, we'll move to a vote to accept the report. Delegate Halona, how do you vote?
Green.
Delegate Halona votes green. Delegate Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Begay votes green.
Delegate Begay votes green. Delegate Wanika, how do you vote?
Green.
Delegate Wanika votes green. Chair Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you, Chair. Delegate Charlene So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you, Delegates So. With that, we're going to move on to item 5B, Daltex Western Agency Area Update Regarding Services. It says presenters Daltex staff. So I think, do we have the program supervisor from the Western Agency program here? It's yourself? You're the delegated one. Would you mind using this mic? Or do you want to?
You want to yell real loud.
So make sure you're also kind of yelling at this thing too. Back up.
Oh, okay, back this way. Okay. Yate, ado, dito, shufahasan ganda, kaya fahanbehiki, dana kitjo, da kudedina, shudobni. Jay Priscilla Leonistia, I'm the delegated program supervisor for Western Agency, Daltex. Adoshna Nishish Iniki Talani Lake Senior Center Supervisor. The services Benkage in the Husky line on the 2017 Yadat Beshna puts Edo George in Neta. Nike Beso on Abba Nike Gian. The peso dito ako aten iknan kitni ado micromanagement is nanigita on the central there ito don kita hasni tan kin kisa don kitin tigita pa yatin tigita to jotan kitis ado Fai Crotha, the house craig, Asian stock obviously, because I got a aunt in it, aunt business on a husband. I call a AUC, Yaha, oh, his name here, senior centers in the house, Anna, it's a target, husband. I thought the corner is a craig. Leave it at those things. So it's adding agenda about cutting only alcohol. Nahas Kalinki supervisors and Liliki, they had to take leave to be here. So a bank position. Although I should take 4 supervisors, 3 supervisors on the house other agency that agency big is the hard of because Tahagi a had agency though a senior office specialist, a marine captain, a body shop.
You have them introduce themselves. Yeah. Yes, right.
To climb the other bank question that a have China of the net touching in launching Bashing Tia Ani that should change out as a planet that a national data sun edition.
Thank you very much. My recommendation is you provide, let us know who the staff are that are here to introduce them, and then conclude your report, and we'll go from there and make a determination as to whether we'll do it directly from staff or supervisors.
Okay. So the staff that's here is Maria Copley. She's with the Western our agency senior office specialist. Effie Claw, she's a supervisor for Delegation Senior Center. Adonai, this is Helena Begin. She's the Kaibato's Senior Center Supervisor. Adonai Fadlashiki, Marlene Fowler. Cook Daryl Jim. So those are the staff that are present here.
Does this
And that'd
include
be
the
my,
report?
yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Lee, for this presentation. Committee members, I'm going to ask for a motion to accept the report at this time. A motion from Delegate Helona. Is there a second to accept the report?
Second.
Okay, we have a second from, was that Delegate Wanika?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Let's see here. Shamela, you said that we were going to get fed. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
About
In
10
about 10 minutes. I would like to, I'm trying to think how to strategically do all of this.
See if they want to talk first. Let's do before.
Yeah, give me one moment. I want to ask a question, and you can give a thumbs up or not acknowledge at all. To the staff that are here, are you interested in discussing personnel matters or management matters? Yes, okay. So this gets really tricky with the committee, and we've tried to deal with these issues in the past in a way that's fair and equitable, really to all parties, but mainly to the clients and the nation, because that's who we are charged with overseeing and making sure there's a good administration of government. When it comes to personnel matters, it gets very tricky, because when certain things are conveyed by staff members to the committee in a public setting, irrespective of whether it's an executive session, it can hurt your ability to defend yourself or seek redress with the government, either your supervisor, anywhere up that chain of command. And so I'm going to exercise my authority as chair right now and say, and again, it's up to the committee if you would like to overrule. I'm not trying to be callous here, but when we hear from what could be serious personnel concerns, I don't know exactly what the nature of everything is. I don't want to do anything that would hurt your ability to either seek grievance or defend yourself or anything like that, just like I'm saying. So you can always, approach your delegate. I get approached by my senior center staff all the time. We finally got someone on board in Rock Point. These guys are probably sick of me hearing this, getting a cook on board. And it's just something here where I don't want to hurt anyone's ability to follow the Navajo Nation grievance process. Now, that said, I think there's a way to still communicate with people and have it not be a part of the record where it's going to hurt your standing or anything like that. And I received a request from Dr. Jim, and that request was that the department manager, so Ms. Jones or Dr. Jones, will be traveling out to Western to address a lot of these concerns. And I think I'm comfortable sharing that now. She said that she charged her with coming out here to meet with staff and meet with supervisors to discuss issues. And as a committee, I think, we can be a venue of last resort, but oftentimes when it comes to personnel matters, we actually have no say and we're really not supposed to get involved. And the reason for that is you have the Office of Navajo Labor Relations, you have the Office of Hearings and Appeals, and those are the entities that the government has set up to deal with these matters. When it comes to program performance, and say not a specific personnel matter like my boss is harassing me or this person is doing their job wrong or in a way that compromises the safety, but say a policy matter where within the agency, certain policies are not being followed, or within the entire program, reporting isn't being done in a good way. Those become policy matters for the committee. And those are things where it's clearer where the committee can exercise judgment and authority. And that's where I want everyone to know kind of what the limits are of what can be done and why we may do things in a certain way today. So with that said, it's 11:55 and I think that we can recess for at least 45 minutes. And as chair, it's within my authority to recess. Thereafter, we can come back. We'll see what the situation is with lunch and all of that. But I really appreciate the presentation and making yourself available, Ms. Lee. And with that said, it's 11:55. So Mr. Mose, I don't know, are you guys able to put up something that says we're on recess for 45 minutes? So it'll be 11:40. We'll come back and discuss whether we'll go right back into it or we'll go into another 20 minutes or so. So thank you all.
Lunch recess, 45 minutes, it says. Lunch recess.
So tell me.
Hello?
For those who are on the line, we're having a nice informal discussion with the community right now, and we're going to continue doing that for another 30 minutes. So at 1:20, we'll come back together. Thank you.
I'm on good lunch. Later.
Leave today, more resolved than ever to support Ukraine.
Austin says more help is on the way. Russian military warned it could strike Ukrainian decision-making centers in Kyiv and wouldn't be stopped by the possible presence of Western advisors there. Russian President Vladimir Putin met in Moscow today with UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres. He defended the war in Ukraine. Putin said, I say once again, those are desperate measures to stop the suffering of people living in those territories. Unfortunately, our Western colleagues chose not to notice it at all. Putin also said the current problem had risen from what he called the state coup in Ukraine in 2014. The mother of a 14-year-old Missouri boy who was killed while riding a 430-foot drop tower ride at a Florida amusement park says her son's death was preventable. Assad sued its owners, manufacturer, and landlord, claiming they were negligent and failed to provide a safe amusement ride. They can take the ride down. Get rid of it altogether. That's a bit of a ready. Not enough safety measures. The owner of the ride says all protocols, procedures, and safety measures provided by the manufacturer were followed. The White House says Vice President Kamala Harris has tested positive for the coronavirus. Government researchers say 3 out of every 4 U.S. children have been infected with the coronavirus. Figures come from a CDC study released today. It looked into the blood of more than 200,000 Americans for virus-fighting antibodies made from infections, not vaccines. This is AP News. Confidence has dropped a bit.
Conference board says its consumer confidence index takes into account consumers' assessment of current conditions and their outlook for the future, edged down to 107.3 in April from 107.6 in March. The Business Research Group's Present Situation Index, which measures consumers' assessment of current business and labor conditions, also gets modestly responsive. About inflation, all-time high in March, remains elevated. I'm Julie Walker.
A man in Florida was sentenced to 2 years in federal prison for using his estranged twin brother's stolen identity to get tens of thousands of dollars in military veterans benefits. Wayne Bowen pleaded guilty to aggravated identity theft. He must pay more than $63,000 in restitution. Bowen's twin lives in another state and confirmed that he didn't apply for any of the benefits. I'm Ed Donahue, 18 KPNS. Window Rock, Tallahassee, Jim Lee.
The vaccination game by non-fatal for 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. May 6th, Ganado Rodeo Grounds, the place national. There's over there now, Luke Holmes, Bailey Smith, other than TC and Ayana, big fan. 5G is here, but the big carriers want you to sign a pricey long-term contract to get access. Well, not anymore, because Straight Talk Wireless has rolled out 5G coverage nationwide with deals like our Silver Unlimited plan for just $45 a month and no contract. And get a Samsung Galaxy A32 5G for $249, all on America's best network. 5G coverage, 5G phones, less money. Straight Talk Wireless, no contract, no compromise. 5G capable device required. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary. See terms and conditions at straighttalk.com. On April 27th at noon, Victim Witness Services for Northern Arizona and Utah Navajo House Systems, INC, are hosting a survivors football hockey. Please join us as we center survivor stories as part of the National Crime Victims' Rights Week. For more information and to register for this free event, go to www.coconino.org, event page, or contact us at 92856-7676.
You can unlock more cash than you realize from your home's equity with a cash out refinance today. In the
Hello.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, I'm calling in on behalf of Leonard Gorman and some of the parents that are told to call in regarding the Gallup senior prank.
Hello?
Yes.
Cliff,
I'm here.
I think we're all talking, but there's nobody on. I can hear Marcia also.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm here, guys. This is
All right.
Marcia.
Yeah, just go and stay on. They'll probably plug us in.
Oh, okay. Okay.
The committee is on recess right now.
Oh, okay.
Members at Untitled Chapter.
Okay.
Once they reconvene.
Do you know what time they'll reconvene?
No, I sure don't. I'm calling
Okay.
in to.
Okay.
I'm here too, Daniel. Leonard Gorman.
Okay, see, yeah, Honorable Slater's basically said that they're having informal community conversation with the folks at Tonalea chapter.
Okay, let me turn this on to speakerphone. Okay. It's 11:34. We're returning from our lunch recess and some conversations with the community. At this time, do we have Delegate Daniel So and Delegate Charlene So on the line?
Vice Chair
Okay, I see
Slater,
that.
yes, I'm on the call.
Thank you very much for acknowledging your presence, Chair So. And Delegate Charlene So said that she would be rejoining us, I think, in a couple minutes. So in the chapter, we have Delegate Wanika, Delegate Begay, and Delegate Juana, as well as myself. So we have 5 members returning to the agenda. We left with a motion from Delegate Purnell Halona and a second from Delegate Wanika to accept a report from the delegated supervisor. Is it Miss Lane? Not Lee, right? So thank you very much for that presentation. Committee members, do we have further discussion at this time on agenda item 5B? Hearing none, we'll proceed to a vote. Delegate Halona, how do you vote?
Green.
Delegate Halona votes green. Delegate Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Begay votes green.
Delegate Begay votes green. Delegate Wanika, how do you vote? Delegate Wanika votes green. Chair Daniel So, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Thank you, Chair. Chair Daniel So votes green. Delegate Charlene So, have you returned? Okay. Delegate Charlene So will be excused from this vote. So with a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 excused / not voting, and then Chair Pro Tem not voting, will accept the report 5B, Western Agency Area. We're going to move on to 5C, which is a report from the Navajo Nation Human Rights Executive Director, Leonard Gorman. And Mr. Gorman, are you on the line?
Yes, I am, Vice Chair. This is Leonard Gorman.
Okay. Mr. Gorman, the topic of the report is the disciplinary issues related to an alleged prank at the Gallup High School. And I want to ask you right now if there's anything that you can share on the record, and if so, please go into that. Otherwise, I know we discussed going into executive session because there's some legal proceedings that have taken place.
Thank you, Vice Chair and members of the committee. For the public information, the card does chill me between the Navajo Navajo Nation Human Rights Commission, the initial as to the content of that, as an update, my office has had communications, variety of communications from I think assortment of interested parties, including members of the council last week. And I just wanted to provide as to being that you're the oversight committee over the education activities across the Navajo Nation and the school district response to the Navajo. I'm getting feedback.
Vice Chair Slater.
Okay, can you?
We need folks to be on mute.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So call in user 1, please mute your line. Okay. I think we have everyone muted. Mr. Gorman, give me 1 second to try and set the microphone in here. Okay, you can proceed now. Mr. Gorman?
Star 6, maybe.
He might have been caller 1.
Oh, he might have been, no, because it was one, okay, well, we know, looks like caller 1 is muted. So, Mr. Gorman, if you are speaking right now, we cannot hear you, so please star 6 or unmute yourself otherwise.
Yeah, I was muted. But as I was saying, we
was one. You got muted again. Colin, staff, can you make sure you unmute Colin user 1? Okay, now he is.
I might be user 1. I get muted every now and then.
Okay, you're good now. Thank you.
Okay, all right. This is an update to the various amount of inquiries that my office has been getting regarding the situation at the Gallup-McKinley County School District that occurred of March and started to escalate on April 1st. And that's the intent of the purpose of this report. As to the content of the information, I think it would be best to present this information in executive session, Mr. Vice Chair, if that would be the will of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Gorman. Committee members, what is your determination?
Let's move it to executive session for at least 45 minutes.
Okay, for those who couldn't hear, Delegate Halona moved to enter executive session for 45 minutes. Is there a second? Just a second from Delegate Paul today. Committee members, any discussion?
Vice Chair Slater, presiding chair, Otto has members. We do have some of the parents on the call, and I'll have Brother Leonard Gorman take the lead on whether they would make statements before we go into executive session.
This is Leonard Gorman again, Vice Chair and Mr. Chair, members of the committee. With that motion, we do have a complaining party in our office that's a parent from the school, and that he could be permitted to participate in this meeting. And then there are other parents that are part of the discussions, and I'll leave that up to the presiding officer to determine if those other parents can be a part of the executive session.
Okay, here's going to be the chair's determination. At the discretion of the committee and the motioning parties can make a decision, we can invite the parents to be a part of the executive session, and then we can discuss with our legislative counsel in the executive session what parameters there should be for any public statements when we exit. It's going to be hard to have a full conversation right now on the record about what can and should be said. So the chair recognizes the motion, but we need to identify who is going to participate. So Delegate Halona, can you state who you'd like in the executive session?
Mr. Gorman, committee members, and the attorneys.
Yeah. The parents.
Are they allowed?
It's at your discretion, but they said it's fine right now. Yeah.
If it's okay with them, it's okay with me, but I'd rather not have them on if there's something that can be brought up in a court case.
Okay, well, I think that's the reason for the executive session in this case. And it's not before the Navajo Nation, so it's a different venue. Delegate Brigade, do you consent with that? We'd have Ledge Council, the number ending in 212, can you mute your phone? Delegate Wanika, is that you? Can you mute?
No, it's muted.
No, it's not. Okay. I'm going to reiterate the motion. The motion is from Delegate Halona and to second by Delegate Begay to enter executive session for 45 minutes or no longer than 45 minutes. And it is to discuss the legal actions and other issues related to the alleged prank that took place at Gallup High School and the treatment of students resulting from that alleged activity. The Office of Legislative Counsel is invited to participate in the meeting. The parents, if they're on the line or are in the office with the Human Rights Commission, are invited to participate. And I ask that they get in contact with the Human Rights Commission to get the executive session line. And then Mr. Gorman was invited to participate. If there's anyone from the Department of Justice on, they're a part of the legal team that's invited to participate. I think I got everyone, right? Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna go to a vote now. Actually, before we go to the vote, Ms. Benali, you sent out an executive session line earlier. Will that one, is it still under your control? Okay. And did you send it to Mr. Gorman? Okay. Mr. Gorman, we're gonna rely on you to help get that to the parents. Let's see. Okay, we're gonna go to a vote now. So Delegate Halona, how do you vote? Green. Delegate Halona votes green. Delegate Begay, how do you vote? Green. Delegate Wanika, how do you vote? Green. Delegate So, Chair So.
I vote green.
Thank you, Chair So. And Delegate Charlene So, were you able to rejoin us? Looks like not, she'll be excused. By a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, Chair Pro Tem not voting, and Delegate So excused. We're going to resolve into executive session for no longer than 45 minutes. We'll say that that starts at 1:50 so that it gives a few minutes for the email to be sent out. And I have to respectfully ask that the individuals, the persons who are in the room right now, to please vacate the room for 45 or 50 minutes, well, 48 minutes, so that we can have this discussion with the attorneys and with the parents involved. So thank you.
Oh, who's making the executive session? Who's making it? Yeah, who's the link? Angie. Oh.
Yeah.
There's one more. She's
Oh.
been a great help too.
I was saying, go ahead and give these out. I haven't signed anything.
Do I put a little message? I'll get them to you before the end of the day.
It's just a little,
Just say thank you for everything you do, Dr. Brigade.
these are borderline.
Dr. Begay, you're unmuted.
Sorry. Oh, a signature? I don't think I have anything. I think or
Dr. Begay, we can hear you.
Okay.
For those of you who are listening in, this is Delegate Slater. I'm the chair pro tem of the committee. We just exited or are exiting an executive session. We were on agenda item 5C, and it was related to, or was an update from Navajo Nation Human Rights Commission Executive Director Leonard Gorman and the parents of the kids at Gallup High who had some allegations made against their conduct. So committee members, Delegate Charlene So said should be rejoining with a new number. Delegate So, are you on? Looks like she hasn't been able to join us yet. Okay. We have everyone on the line at this time. Do we need a motion to exit? Yeah. Okay. So the chair will entertain a motion to exit executive session.
Motion.
I think Delegate Halona had this one. We have a motion from Delegate Halona and a second from Delegate Begay. Any discussion, committee members? I think we'll go straight to the vote. So Delegate Halona, how do you vote?
Green.
Delegate Halona votes green. Delegate Begay, how do you vote? Delegate Begay votes green. Delegate Wanika, how do you vote? Votes green. Delegate Chair Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you, Chair So. He votes green. Delegate Charlene So, have you been able to rejoin us? Sounds like no. So we have 5 in favor of exiting executive session. Sorry, 4 in favor of exiting executive session, 1 excused and 1 not voting because I'm the chair pro tem. So committee members, the chair will entertain a motion to accept the report at this time.
Motion.
A motion from Delegate Wanika and a second from Delegate Halona. Delegates, do you have any recommendations on a course of action, or do you prefer to just accept the report?
Delegate Daniel So.
Chair So, give me 1 moment. Ms. Benali is saying something from the other side of the room. Then I'll recognize you, Chair. Thank you.
The event on Friday is, from what I understand from Virginia College, is to start at 10 and last at 12. So it's only for 2 hours. And it's travel and for this situation with the Gallup High School, I think my concern is the student, because they can't have their record indicate suspension, expulsion, or even a
Thank you, Ms. Benali. For those of you who couldn't hear, Ms. Benali was speaking to the adverse effect on students' records from the disciplinary actions taken against them, perhaps unjustly. So that's something the committee has been discussing for several weeks now, and we appreciate Mr. Gorman providing the update, and we appreciate the parents speaking with us. Chair So, you're recognized. Thank you.
Thank you. If we could look at Monday, let's say at about 9. That would be May 2nd. Looks like we have a NABI meeting scheduled. Otherwise, we could do Saturday morning, since Mr. Charles Long resides in Crown Point. I don't know if you would want to meet somewhere in Crown Point or Gallup.
Well, Chair,
Otherwise,
what Ms. Benali raised is that the Diné College strategic design session is from 10 to 12 on Friday in Shiprock. And to me, that leaves open the option of potentially late Friday afternoon convening with Mr. Long and maybe any other board members that we could. Chair, would you be open to that, or committee members, would you be open to that? Or is that inconvenient?
Friday.
Yeah, I mean, my personal preference would be Friday after the strategic design session. And we could propose.
Is Mr. Gorman back on the call?
And spend a weekend in fun.
The other open date would be May 4th morning.
Okay, thank you, Chair. My calendar just went all the way to June. I'm trying to get back to today. Where are we? Okay. Committee members, we've heard a few options here, and I think it would be good to roll this into a motion, and that's where our chair is pushing us. So there's the option of convening after the meeting with Diné College on Friday, and we could propose that in Gallup, or we could ask Mr. Long to come to Shiprock. I'm sure Diné College could accommodate us there. Then there's the proposal for the morning of May 4th, and that would be the first Wednesday of the month of May.
Motion to have it on the 29th in the afternoon.
In the afternoon? Okay, Delegate Wanika made the original motion, or no, Purnell made the motion, and then you seconded it, right? Okay, so I'll treat this way. Delegate Wanika, a request to modify the motion to accept the report to include scheduling a meeting the afternoon of April 29th with Mr. Long at Diné College. We'll send the invitation and ask Diné College if they'll make space available for us. Does that sound good? Okay. Did you guys catch that, staff? Okay, thank you. Committee members, I think we're going to be convening tomorrow, so we can finalize this tomorrow, but we can get the invitation out today from staff. Then we should have an idea about timing that should work on Friday afternoon.
Committee members, Chair.
Yes, Chair. So.
To speak.
Yes, sir.
Yes, public school board members don't get mileage. The only time they get a stipend is when the board meets. And that's how come I was saying we could meet with him the morning of May 4th in Crown Point. And we could, if need be, we could do special meeting to address other items.
Okay, Delegate Wanika has modified his request for modification. So I'm going to ask Delegate Halona and Delegate Begay, are you comfortable with scheduling the meeting with Mr. Long on May 4th, the morning of May 4th?
Yes.
In Crown Point? Okay, so we'll request for a special meeting then, and we'll work on venue and all of that stuff. Committee members, is there further discussion on the motion to accept?
No.
Hearing none. Oh, I see that Delegate So just joined us. Delegate Charlene So, for your information, we're voting to accept the report that was just given regarding the issues at Galapai and the treatment of our students there. And then in addition to that, we have identified the Monday of May 4th in Crown Point for an in-person meeting with the president of the board, Mr. Charlie Long. So Delegate Halona, how do you vote?
Green.
Delegate Halona votes green. Delegate Begay, how do you vote?
Green.
Delegate Begay votes green. Delegate Wanika?
Green.
Delegate Wanika votes green. Chair Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you, Chair So, votes green. Delegate Charlene So, are you still there?
Yes, I vote green.
Delegate Charlene So votes green. The vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, Chair Pro Tem not voting. We're going to move on. Thank you to the parents and thank you to Mr. Gorman for your work, and we'll be in touch as always. And you know, we're thinking of your kids and the mental health aspect of all of this. It's something that I think, in my personal individual, not on behalf of the Navajo Nation analysis, seems totally disproportionate to what allegedly took place, and it's a lesson that kids shouldn't have to learn this way. So we'll keep working with you. On item D, remember we renumbered, Department of Diné Education, reauthorization of contract and grant schools. Dr. Harold Begay, Superintendent Doty, Dr. Carmen Muffet, Assistant Superintendent Doty. Dr. Begay, are you on the line? Dr. Muffet, are you on the line?
Hi there, good afternoon. Yes, we have Matthew So who's going to be giving the report. And Matthew, do you want to go ahead and address the committee?
Sure. Good afternoon, members of the committee. I was able to email a copy of the report to Ms. Angelita Benali, so you have a copy of the written report. But if I can get a share screen, I think
it's open right now to share. And I think committee members that the report was sent out at 9. Oh no, that's the general services one. Ms. Benali, did you send out the agenda? I mean, the report? Oh, it's not updating. Okay. Mr. So, could you email myself, I guess, and then I'll try and send it out to the committee?
Sure.
Just before you get going, just take care of that real quick.
Okay, it is sent.
Okay, Mr. So, I just got it. I'm going to forward it out right now. You can proceed with the meeting, with the presentation.
Sure. Thank you very much, members of the committee, for allowing us to provide this opportunity to provide an update to the committee regarding the reauthorization of all Public Law 100-297 grant and 93-638 contract schools. So this report is more or less like a summary of all the different events and activities that have gone on with regard to reauthorization of schools that are coming up. So this was kind of a summary report that was also provided to the Board of Education. In short, the purpose of this report and also this information is to provide guidance to plan and successfully implement the reauthorization process for a total of 18 schools that are coming up for reauthorization. And all these schools are called the tribally controlled schools, and they operate under the authority and sanction of the Navajo Nation government. With that said, the part of the task of the Department of Education is that our job is also to ensure that they comply with all federal and Navajo Nation requirements. In particular, there are 3 different policies that are specific to grant contract schools. And as you can see in the report, all those hyperlinks for the policies are attached into the report. The first is our task is to ensure that all schools comply with the requirements of the grant contract conversion maintenance handbook. And associated with that is also the Delegation of Authority, which was approved by the Health, Education, Human Services Committee back in 2012. And as you probably recall, the committee approved the clarification instructions that basically updated the grant contract handbook that are identified in that particular policy from last year. So one of the goals behind this report, again, is to establish some clear timelines and deadlines. It's also to provide some sort of organization and structure to the process. And based on lessons learned from past years, even going back to the first reauthorization, we want to ensure that this process does not drag out or exceed some of the deadlines and timelines that have been put in place. Another goal of part of this process is that we want to make effective and efficient use of everyone's times, especially school employees, Department of Education employees, because it can be a consuming process. Basically, we don't want to waste anyone's time. And the other is to provide policymakers or decision makers with timely and accurate information in order to make the decision regarding reauthorization. So these are the following list of schools that we have identified that are currently on deck for this upcoming cycle. I'm not sure if you want me to list them verbatim, but basically we broke down the schools by agency. The number of schools that are listed by agency are 5 out of Western, 4 out of Eastern, 4 out of Central Agency, 3 out of Northern, and Fort Defiance Agency has 2. So that is the list that's out there. One of the other goals, speaking about timelines and deadlines, is that one of the goals that's laid out in the handbook and also the clarification criteria is that March 21st is the deadline. And the good news is that all 18 schools that are currently up for reauthorization have submitted grant applications by that deadline. And of particular note is that this is the first time this has happened in a long time, because it has not happened. And so this is just the Office of Accountability and Compliance providing that continuous feedback and information back to the schools about this required deadline that's laid out in the handbook. So before I guess I jump further, as you probably recall, the committee approved the clarification instructions to all grant schools back in March 3rd, 2021. And that basically clarified a lot of the information contained in the grant application that all have to submit. And a follow-up to that is back in October 15, 2021, the Office of Accountability and Compliance provided training to all school board members and school administrators on the requirements of the grant conversion maintenance handbook, the Delegation of Authority, clarification of instructions. And there's a copy of the agenda that's also provided through in the report that you'll see that shows some of the different topics that were covered. And this is to provide information to all school board members and school administrators who have to implement this policy, the information that they need to have a complete application by the deadline that's specified by policy. So again, just coming up on some of the different timelines in place, as far as like March of this year, all applications were due by March 21st. The other big deadline that came up as well is that on March 31st, all school audits are due, not in addition to 18, but for all the 32 contract grant schools that are up. They're all required to turn in or submit audits by March 31st. And these are some of the deadlines that are in place for our department as well. As by April 15th, ODAC is supposed to provide a review and feedback given back to schools on any particular documents or missing items for clarification. And one of the other deadlines that's also in place is April 29th, which is coming up. And that's the deadline for all schools all the 18 schools to turn in or submit missing documents or outstanding documents that are missing from their grant application. Speaking about the process, we also have some timelines that are laid out, such as the upcoming Navajo Nation Board of Education meetings to basically have these schools reviewed. And we're also taking into account that we have the end of school year coming up. There are a lot of graduations, ceremonies, family gatherings, receptions, etc. And we also have a series of different Navajo Nation holidays. Memorial Day, we have Navajo Nation Memorial Day, we have Memorial Day, and some of these other things. So when we're trying to plan out this whole process, we want to make sure that we take into account a lot of these things. And again, this is just based on past experience that we've had with this whole process. We want to try to make sure that we have everything completed by this particular deadline of June 30th, 2022. So we have like a series of meetings that are proposed, and the board, and of course the Board of Ed is probably going to be scheduling special meetings to address the reauthorization of these schools. One of the other considerations that we want as well is that when schools come before the Navajo Nation Board of Education, we want to make sure that their grant applications are complete before they're considered to the Board of Education, because it doesn't make a lot of sense, or it's almost like a waste of resources to bring in schools that have incomplete documents for applications, which is what has happened in the past. So based on that, what we're trying to do is we want to make sure that when schools come to the Board of Education, their grant applications are complete and they're ready to roll. So once the school applications are ready, we implement the policy that the committee has put in place. And as you can see, this is the whole calendar that's listed. I don't want to go through too much in detail, but we're trying to plan around many of the different events that typically happen, such as some of the HES meetings and stuff that seem to be occurring around that time. So this is one of the policies that's attached is the Grant Conversion Maintenance Handbook, or the clarification instructions. So one of the tasks in this whole process is that the Office of Genetic Accountability and Compliance is ensuring that schools comply with this policy that's been put in place by HESI. So based on that, the feedback is given back to the schools about whether or not their applications are complete and ready to proceed for reauthorization. This attached to the report is a copy of the reauthorization training that was provided to all school boards and school administrative teams. And this was some of the topics that were provided. And then we go to the delegation of authority itself, which I think has come up a lot. So one of the tasks of the department here is to ensure right now we're in this particular process right here is that our task is to ensure that all schools comply with this particular process for reauthorization, ensuring complete applications before their application. Right now, the department, as you can see in the policy, the Department of Genetic Education is authorized to administer and implement this policy. So right now, we're going through this particular process. And so, and based on whether or not schools have complete grant applications, this is the next task that's also before us. And as you can see in this policy, the heaviest weight or consideration that is given to a school is basically schools that have anything considered to be material weaknesses, or they're qualified, adverse, disclaimer, or any of those categories will bump them into the 1 year or less category. The next category is schools that meet the 2 year authorization requirement, and generally those are schools that have clean audits. In general, the words we look for in the financial statements, as well as the federal awards section, are the other prong that's also also associated with this is whether or not schools have met academic proficiency based on the current existing academic assessments in place. So one of the things that's before us right now, as you're probably well aware, is that schools have not been able to provide any testing for the past 2 years. So based on that, schools are being asked to submit short cycle assessment data based on what they've been able to obtain. So at this point,
Mr. So, can you pause for a moment?
yes,
Okay, number 928 ending in 674, please mute your phone. Okay. Staff, do you have the ability to mute that phone? Okay, whoever's talking about all the juniors, can you please respect the committee? Okay, Mr. So, you may continue.
sure, thank you. All right, so going back to the criteria itself. So after the schools have had their applications determined to be complete, this is the criteria that the Board of Education uses to determine reauthorization for schools. So again, as I mentioned, the first part is 1 year or less are granted to schools that have audits that are not in the best condition. They're either qualified, rated as adverse disclaimer, or their audits are late, or their audits also have what are called material weaknesses. And those are generally severe issues contained in a school's audit. And then schools that meet are in that category get bumped into the 1 year or less category. And the purpose behind why the committee put that requirement in place is, in the past, we used to have a lot of issues with schools with audit and findings. So the purpose of this is to put those type of schools under closer watch or scrutiny as part of this process. It's kind of increased our workload at the department, but it's also helped by helping us to keep on track on a lot of what's going on at schools. And we've actually been able to keep track of, we'll probably provide another report later that shows some of the general trends that we've seen with some of our schools. And we've actually seen some good success stories based on that. The next category is 2 years reauthorization or granted to schools that have a relatively clean audits. And we actually have quite a few schools that are into this category. So the next prong is whether or not the schools have met academic proficiency. And the last category is 4-year reauthorizations are granted to schools and or residential programs that have met the audit requirements, the financial budget and audit requirements, and also the academic proficiency requirements. And we do have a few schools that have met those criteria. And of course, in number 5, a challenge to the number of years maybe that are granted by the Board of Ed may be reviewed by the Health, Education, Human Services Committee. But that's currently where we're at right now. I'm not sure if there are any other questions or comments that I could answer, we could answer.
Okay, committee members, the chair will entertain a motion to accept the report. Motion from Delegate Begay, second from Delegate Halona. And then I'm going to exercise some chair privilege here. Mr. So on page 1, it says Rough Rock Community School Incorporated. It says agency, Western. That is wrong. It's in Chinle or Central Agency. So please amend that. Okay, committee members, let's go ahead and open the floor to discussion or questions.
Delegate Daniel So.
Chair So, you're recognized.
Thank you. Presiding Chair, HES members, auto staff, and Miss Dr. Moffett. Mr. Matthew. So we've had some issues with certain of the schools, and the reauthorizations were still pending. Have those schools in questions corrected their grant processes? And the other is, in years prior, there was the board had either reauthorized for 1 year or 2 year or 3 year. Every one of these schools on your list, are they all up for reauthorization this year? Thank you. presiding chair.
Thank you, Mr. So.
Sure. Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I believe one of the schools that was flagged or put on the radar is Loop Schools Incorporated. That school, as I understand, is going through a separate process. It's being reviewed through the school intervention policy control on that, and that school is currently going through the process. From what I understand, the school has submitted their audit, as well as submitted a complete application that is now being reviewed. But this is one of the schools that is on our radar. This school's audits in particular have been qualified, from what I recall looking at the records, for at least the past almost 5 consecutive years. So this school is definitely under close watch. The other school that's also made some improvements is actually Chantal Preparatory School. They did submit a complete audit or a complete application by, they're probably one of the first schools that was able to turn it in. And they also submitted a clean audit that had no findings and no material weaknesses. And it's a huge improvement compared to the way things were. So this school is definitely, based on the face, they've made some significant improvements. I believe another school that's also has some challenges with audit and finance is Knox On Community School. And that school's audits have been qualified for about 4 or 5 plus years in a row. So this is one of the other schools that's also on our watch list. There are also a couple of schools that have their accreditation is also rated as accredited under review. From what I've seen, one of the schools that's accredited under review is Alamo Navajo School Board. The other is Not Lejeune as well. And I have to look at the list again, but there are at least 3 schools in this current cycle that are rated as accredited under review. But as far as compliance with some of the corrective action plan, the Board of Education did go review the corrective action plan with Chantal Preparatory School, and it appears that they've been able to address most of the issues that were identified in that corrective action. Mr. Derek Franklin, who I believe is on the line, presented at the last Navajo Nation Board of Education. It did appear that the school had met some of the issues outlined. Action plan, just to be clear, is separate from the finance audit corrective action plan and some of these other issues that were identified.
Okay, Mr. Stowe, you're talking pretty fast, and unfortunately, I think on your connection it cut out a couple times. But could you you said something about? Well, never mind. Committee members, do you have questions right now? Chair Stowe?
Yes, follow up. In particular, the Net Nail Gene. What is the status? Yeah, you went real fast.
Yeah, but based on the records that we have, Not Lejeune was reauthorized this past cycle for 1 year or less. Their audits that they submitted contained material weaknesses. Their accreditation is also rated as accredited under review, which is not a very good rating. I believe, based on the documentation, they're going on to the accredited under review for a 2nd consecutive year.
Chair, do you have a follow-up?
No, thank you. I appreciate that.
Is that the school that's suing the nation, or their board chair was suing the nation?
That's
no, that's the school at Torreon Star Lake.
Oh, okay.
Zithno City. The Zithno City one.
Zithno City. Okay.
What's the status on that one?
So far, they're based on the last reauthorization of the last year. Their audits are clean. However, has not submitted audits as of today's date. Mount Lejeune is also one of these other schools that has not submitted audits as well. The audit extension that was granted by the Office of Management Budget at Washington to extend their deadline all the way to June 30th. But in large part, a large majority of all our schools have been able to turn in and submit audits. But at this point, Untitled has not submitted the audit, and I believe they're using the extension that was granted by the federal government to submit their audit until then.
Okay, thank you, Mr. So. And, we'll just acknowledge that nobody is obligated to do that until later this year. So there's nothing wrong with them not having turned it in yet. Committee members, Chair, do you have a follow-up? Okay, not
For the
hearing.
record,
Oh,
follow-up.
sorry. Chair.
For the
we'll go
record,
back to-
follow-up. Mr. Matthew, so when are the audits due?
All audits for every school are due March 31st of every year. And it's only in extreme circumstances that audit extensions are ever granted by the federal government. And I believe it's because of the pandemic, the COVID pandemic, that they've actually extended the audit deadline for this past cycle. But moving forward, that audit extension is probably not going to continue.
For the audit extension for this year, when is that date?
I believe it's the end of June 30th.
Okay. Thank you.
The chair recognized a motion from Delegate Begay and a second from Delegate Helona to accept the report. Committee members, do we have further discussion at this time? Hearing none. Delegate Wanika, how do you vote on accepting the report? Green. Delegate Wanika votes green. Delegate Begay, how do you vote on accepting the report?
Delegate Begay votes green.
Delegate Begay votes green. Chair Daniel So, how do you vote on accepting the report?
I vote green.
Chair votes green. Delegate Helona, are you here?
Vote green.
Thank you, Delegate Helona. And Delegate Charlene So has voted green via text. So that is 5 in favor, 0 opposed. The Chair Pro Tem not voting. Thank you, Mr. So. And actually, as a matter of courtesy, could you just keep us updated on the submission of audits?
What was that again? What was that again? I'm sorry.
I was just asking if, as that timeline approaches for the submission of school audits, if you could keep the committee updated.
We will definitely do so.
Thank you very much.
We'll also try to do another report that details the condition or status of each school's audit. And that way the committee has a full picture of the condition of your schools all across Navajo Nation.
Yeah, I appreciate that on behalf of the committee. Dr. Muffet, thank you very much for the presentation. We're going to move on to item 5E, Division of General Services. It says, developed plan for fleet management's disposal of excess tribal vehicles. Raymond Holian, Department Manager 3, Fleet Management. Tom Platero, Division Director, Division of General Services. Mr. Platero or Mr. Holian, are you on the line?
Hello,
Yes, who is this?
this is Tom.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Tom. Mr. Platero, do you
Are you going to provide the presentation?
Yes,
Or,
we're ready, sir.
You ready?
Yes, sir.
You may proceed.
Mr. Pro Tem Chair, members of the committee, I emailed you the draft language that we have been working on. We comprised a group of General Services Administration, Fleet Management, Property Management, and Risk Management. And the proposed amendments have been emailed to Controller Begay. I did just receive an email back from Darlene James, who's the new manager for property management. She wants to insert some new changes, but the email that I sent you includes on page 1 slight revision to the valuation. Instead of the National Automobile Dealers Association, we just made it a blue book, and that'll be the first change. And then the vehicle condition, we added in a slight change that will allow property to request from fleet management to update the condition report on the second page. This is where the eligibility to bid has been clarified. There have been several delegates and political officials that wanted to be able to bid on this, so this clarifies that section. So the new language will be eligibility to bid. Full-time employees currently employed with the Navajo Nation shall be eligible to bid on surplus vehicles. Full-time employees include regular status, professional at will, political at will, and elected Navajo Nation officials. To be eligible to bid, the bidder must at a minimum be age 18 years of age. And then the next section is underneath the sales notice. Controller's Office, Property Management put in a website that they would like to have the information shared on. And previously, bids were limited to 2 bids, but we upped it to 4. And then in that the bid section on page 2, we crossed out when bids are unsealed from the bid box. Property change it to place in a bid box. Faxing or any forms of electronic transmittal of bid forms is not authorized and shall be rejected. And then we did put a preference in there for cash bidders to receive preference over payroll deduction bidders. That's so that the transaction can be completed as quickly as possible. On page 3, underneath payments, we did clarify that there would be people would be able to, because of the contactless transactions, to set up a point of sale so that people could pay by credit card or bank card, and cashiers stayed the same. There is a section underneath payment that we added that the successful bidder has 2 business days to be after being notified to process payment. And the payroll deductions, this is all new language. It says the Budget and Finance Committee authorizes payroll deductions up to 6 months installments basis to eligible tribal employees through biweekly payroll deductions. Payroll deduction method shall be limited to 1 vehicle at a time. Property Management Department works with OOC's accounts payable for listing of employees currently on payroll deduction. Bidders with existing payroll deductions for a surplus vehicle or have a delinquent account with the Navajo Nation are not eligible for an additional vehicle. Underneath the insurance coverage, all this is new. All vehicles will require insurance coverage before vehicles are released. The Navajo Nation requires full coverage, including comprehensive and collision coverage for vehicles with payroll deduction. The Navajo Nation Property Management Department shall be listed as the lien holder. Cash payment bidders will require liability insurance. And then on page 4, there's a new section underneath the title transfer. Rather than putting a dollar amount under notary fee and the title duplicate fee, we just left that as open to wherever jurisdiction those changes need to be made. And then the last part of the title transfer, we added a new section. Vehicle will not be released to the successful bidder until proof of registration and vehicle insurance is provided to property management. Underneath the sold notice, there was slight changes to registering, which is now registration, titling, and title change of. We did put in a new section, or we're proposing a new section for specialized vehicles. Specialized vehicles are exempt from this policy. Specialized vehicles include, but are not limited to, police units, ambulances, school buses, fire trucks, record trucks, etc. Additional specialized vehicles may be approved by mutual agreement of the property management department, property manager, and fleet management department manager. These vehicles shall be disposed of in a manner by mutual agreement at the discretion of the impacted department, fleet management, and property management departments. There is certain requirements that go with a police vehicle, ambulance vehicle, and so those we wanted to exempt from this and have them actually process the disposition by having the department, property and fleet management come to agreement on how to do those ones. The last part is salvage vehicles, vehicles that are expended, that have expended their useful life cycle or involved in collisions, totaled, and or accidents shall be considered as salvage vehicles. Due to the no cash value, these vehicles will be disposed of through a salvage company. Vehicles considered total may be declared as such by insurance services department, risk management, and or fleet management. The reason that we needed to put that salvage in is sometimes there is no value to the vehicle and can be basically just be used for scrap. I did get a response back from property management. They want to add in a section about if a vehicle is offered for sale and there were no bidders on it. Recently, there were a number of vehicles that were offered out for public bid, and only about 50% of those vehicles actually got bids. And so a lot of the vehicles that are there that have been there over 10 years that haven't been disposed of are in that category. So property management will be proposing some new language. Please be aware that this is just a draft at this point. We are coordinating with Property Management Office of the Controller to add their language, and then once that is completed, we'll need to complete a SAS 164 review, which will go from our General Services and the Controller over to DOJ and the appropriate reviewers. Once they sign it and look at the language and approve the language, then we'll be seeking a sponsor for the adoption of this. And all this is in addition to Budget and Finance Resolution BFJA-04-20. So the disposal of it isn't completely with Fleet Management. The lead on this is actually Office of the Controller through the Property Management section. Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Platero. Committee members, let's establish a motion and a second to accept the report.
Motion.
A motion from Delegate Winika, a second from Delegate Halona. Oh, sorry, from Delegate Begay. Trying to drink this coffee. I'm not sure it's working. Okay. Committee members, any questions or comments at this time?
Real quick question. Chair.
Delegate Halona, you're recognized.
Thank you, thank you, Tom, for your report. Committee members, you said vehicles over 10 years that don't have any bids on. Are those vehicles going to be straight for salvage, hauled in for salvage, or are you going to still try to sell those vehicles? Mr. Patel?
Mr. Platero?
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, that is one of the issues that we're having. There isn't a what I call a way to dispose of those because the current process only allows for it to be disposed of after a bid process. But this one here, like I said, it allows more leeway of a collaborative effort between fleet management and property management to dispose of those. So some of those vehicles are actually been there that long because nobody bid on it. And so the revision, I believe that property management is working on right now will give us an out so that after two processes of putting out for bid, then property management and fleet management will work together to just dispose of it. So some of the older vehicles that have been there are in that category. The other one is some of these vehicles have been sitting there for some time and they're getting vandalized. And so the value of those vehicles are actually being depleted because we aren't able to follow through on the current process of disposing of those vehicles. Mr. Chair.
You have a follow-up from Delegate Halona.
Thank you, Chair. And You know, those vehicles that have been sitting there for a long time, 10 years, the engines are pretty much locked up, I guess you could say. They're not any good anymore if they sat that long. Is that going to be part of your criteria on settling those? And probably to reduce the prices on some of those that have been there for over 10 years? Chair.
Mr. Platero?
Mr. Chair, I would like to defer to Mr. Halona from, I'm sorry, Holian from Fleet Management. Mr. Holian?
Good afternoon. This is Raymond Holion. The question asked is, are the vehicles going to be salvaged? Yes, right now the vehicles are just going to be salvaged to wrecking yard or salvage company out in Albuquerque. Majority of the vehicles that have been sitting there for 10 years have no value to them whatsoever. So eventually, yes, they will be salvage vehicles. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Holian, and I'll apologize. I think I called you Robert instead of Raymond earlier, so my apologies, sir. Committee members, do we have any other questions or comments?
Delegate Daniel So.
Thank you, Chair. You're recognized.
Yeah. So to Otto. Yeah. Platero. Committee members, Otto, Mr. Holion. That I guess the excuse me. I'm sorry, I have to off on the call. I guess in a way the nation is acting like an auction company. And for the Navajo people, they're real familiar with livestock auctions. And what if we just turned all these vehicles over to a vehicle auction company? When the auction is over, the buyer they present cash or a check, and it's done. Why do we have to set up this bureaucracy? And it seems like the bureaucracy is not working. and so in that aspect, why do we have to do these policies? That just makes it to where we have a salvage yard. In that salvage yard, the properties that it occupies could be used for other purposes. So those are my thoughts as we move forward. And if an employee wants to bid on one, they deal with that auction company to present a way to this other process, that payroll deduction. But anybody else that wants a 1970 Chevy pickup parts, they can bid on it. Or in this case, a 1990 GMC, because That's my thoughts. And it just, why do we have to have a longer arm of the government dealing with, in some cases, as you've said, they're junk. And that would be the extent of my comments and questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair So. And then let me add in one question that's come from over here. Is there anything related to trade-ins when purchasing new vehicles for the programs, and any sort of trade-in policy to help offset the cost of new vehicles? Mr. Platero and Mr. Holian, you're recognized to respond to Chair So and my question.
Now, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, on Delegate So's or Chair So's comment, I believe historically they have allowed payroll deductions to give our Navajo citizens, perhaps those that have credit issues or something. This is their opportunity to get a vehicle. I agree that the functioning ones could go through that process and open it up. And so that, from what I understand, is why they allowed payroll deductions, so that people could actually get into a vehicle. That's the only thing that I can think of. I do agree with his process, but that would really close it off to individuals that perhaps have no other way of getting a vehicle, and it would be quick and it would expedite the process. But I believe that historically that's the process that has been in place to give an opportunity for people that otherwise might never have an opportunity to get into a vehicle. I will defer the question on trade-in to Mr. Holio.
Thank you, Mr. Platero. As far as for the trade-in values on the vehicle, we don't do the trade-in of vehicles anymore. The value of the trade-in vehicles are not very high. We do better by selling these vehicles ourselves. We get a greater return on the value of the vehicles if we sell these vehicles ourselves instead of trading them in. In most cases, I've seen vehicles that were being traded in that we were offered only $200, $300, $500, whereas if we sold these vehicles in our bidding process, we would sell these vehicles for $2,500 or $3,000. So that is why we don't allow the trading of these vehicles with vendors out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Platero. Thank you, Mr. Holian. Chair So, do you have any further questions?
Yeah, I guess even the thought of a two-lane process. Obviously, those vehicles that are have been sitting many years. I guess it's this. Yeah, the process has to be streamlined. That's all there is to it. If there's vehicles that get no bid, then turn them to salvage right away. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair So. Thank you for bringing this matter to our attention. We have no further questions here at the chapter. To Chair So and Delegate Charlene So, any final comments? Hearing none, we have a motion from Delegate Wanika and a second by Delegate Begay. Delegate Halona, how do you vote?
Green.
Delegate Halona votes green. Delegate Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Begay votes green.
Delegate Begay votes green. Delegate Wanika, how do you vote?
Green.
Delegate Wanika votes green. Chair So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you, Chair So. Delegate Charlene So, how do you vote? We have, oh, she texted, okay. Delegate Charlene So votes green via text. Committee members, we have 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair Pro Tem not voting. Move on to item 6, old business. There's none. Oh, I apologize. Thank you, Mr. Platero, and thank you, Mr. Holian, for your responsiveness and providing the draft policy changes. I guess that's probably the right way to say it. Well, we'll stay updated with you and continue to monitor this. I think there's some merit to the items that Chair So has discussed, and we can always convene on those and continue that conversation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great day. Okay, we're on item 7, new business. May 12th, 2022 at 10 a.m. Navajo Preparatory School's 30th anniversary, Farmington, New Mexico. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Delegate Begay.
Second.
Second, Delegate Wanika. Committee members, any discussion? Pretty straightforward. Delegate Halona, how do you vote?
Green.
Delegate Begay, how do you vote?
Begay votes green.
Delegate Wanika, how do you vote?
Green.
Delegate Charlene So just texted in her vote. Delegate Daniel So, Chair.
I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair So. So we have 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Chair Pro Tem not voting. Go to item B, and that was attendance at the Shay, where's the thing? Yeah, let me read this out loud. Railroads and Native American Gathering, May 19th to 21st, Ogden Union Station, Ogden, Utah. And this is an event put on by the Utah Division of Indian Affairs and the Utah Department of Cultural and Community Engagement and Museums at Union Station. And committee members, can I get a motion and a second?
Motion. Second.
Okay. We have a motion from Delegate Halona and a second from Delegate Begay. Do we have questions, comments? Hearing none, the chair will recognize a green vote from Delegate Charlene So. I just saw she texted that in. Delegate Halona, how do you vote?
Green.
Delegate Halona votes green. Delegate Begay, how do you vote?
Begay votes green.
Delegate Begay votes green. Delegate Wanika, how do you vote?
Green.
Delegate Wanika votes green. Chair So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you very much, Chair So. So we have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, Vice Chair / Chair Pro Tem not voting. Close of meeting, announcements, adjournment. In terms of announcements, tomorrow we have a regularly scheduled HES meeting. Today's meeting was to make up for the meeting we could not conduct last week because of the Navajo Nation Council session. And that'll be at 10 a.m. in Window Rock, the Budget and Finance Committee room. On Friday at 10 a.m. from 10 to 12, we'll be meeting with Diné College to participate in a strategic design session as a HES committee and oversight. And it looks like we've made an invitation now to convene with the president of the Gallup-McKinley County Schools Board, Mr. Long, and that will be on May 4th, the morning of May 4th. So we'll get that invitation out and hone down the time, and that will be in Crown Point. Committee members, any announcements right now? Okay. Before I recognize the motion to adjourn, I want to express my sincere appreciation to Tonalia chapter. This building is beautiful and it's pretty well lit. Even though it's a gray day, it's pretty well lit inside. And we appreciate the hospitality. We appreciate Delegate Paul Begay for inviting us out here and the opportunity to meet with constituents out in Western Agency. And thank you very much. So the chair recognizes a motion from Delegate Begay and a second from Delegate Wanika to adjourn. Committee members? Is there any opposition? We have 3 yes votes here in the room from Delegates Halona, Wanika, and Begay. Delegate Charlene So, how do you vote? Oh, she texted in green. Okay, here we go. And then Chair So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you, Chair. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow, but we wish you a speedy recovery. We're adjourned 5-0, 1 not voting, or pardon? At 3:54 p.m. Have a good day, everyone. Bye.
Oh, how go on that?